call for the purposes listed in the duly posted meeting notice. And the trustees that are part of this committee are Trustee Sheben, Trustee Cynthia Letton-Gary, and our alternate is Trustee Renee Patterson, and I'm chairing this committee, Adriana Tamez. A citizen desiring to speak before the Board of Trustees shall complete the hearing of citizen form that needs to be submitted 24 hours prior to the meeting. The said application needs to be submitted to board services. And as far as I know, there are no citizens signed up to speak. Sharon, is that correct?
That is correct.
Great. We will begin with item A, and item A is an update on the leading indicators of student success. This is just a report item and it's not an action item. And Dr. Ford Fisher, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, members of the board. This item is provided to share data with trustees on the effectiveness and direction of the college's initiatives to assess student retention, persistence, credit accumulation, and enrollment in credentials of value. And with your permission, Madam Chair, Vice Chancellor Andrea Burrage will provide an overview and respond to questions. Dr. Burrage.
Thank you, trustees. Thank you for the opportunity to present HCC's recent leading indicator data. Our student outcomes, completion, transfer, and employment are critically important to our students and to the institution. However, these are lagging indicators that occur at the end of the student journey. Leading indicators are metrics that formatively assess whether initiatives that HCC is implementing now are likely to improve the outcomes of our students in the pipeline and in the future. One leading indicator is students' use of support services. We know that students who meet with an advisor or who attend tutoring are more likely to succeed. And we provided the numbers of students who are using these services. You can see that these numbers are increasing. And in fact, the percentage of students using these services are increasing as well. For example, in spring 2024, 48% of at-risk students met with their advisor. In spring 2025, this number rose to 60% of all at-risk students, and other categories increased similarly. We presented course success recently. We see increases generally in success rates in our developmental courses and in our highest enrollment courses. Here I'd like to highlight the success rates of our students who receive scholarships. Scholarships provide our students with additional financial support, which may allow them to reduce their hours at work or, honestly, to buy groceries or pay their rent, just reduce the stress a little bit. And we can see that the additional support makes a substantial difference in their success. Next, when we talk about success, we talk about building academic momentum. This refers to students completing milestones during their first term and their first year. As students complete milestones, such as completing their developmental courses, or in the data that I'm going to show you, passing 12, 18, 24, or 30 credits, this launches students towards their degree, and students who develop this academic momentum are more likely to complete. Here you can see that over the past 4 years, the number of students reaching at least 12 credit hours, 18, 24, and 30, has increased in every category. So we've presented about retention and persistence recently. I'm going to remind you the retention rate is a rate at which students remain enrolled at the same institution. The persistence rate is a rate that students remain at the same institution or another institution. Because we offer a lot of short-term certificates, like many institutions, HCC includes completions in the persistence rate and can refer to this as a positive outcome rate, because a student has a positive outcome if they stay with us, if they transfer to a four-year institution, or if they complete. Both our retention and our persistence numbers have been increasing steadily. We don't have our final data yet for students entering fall 2024 through fall 2025 because we don't have transfer information for fall 2025, that is this semester, from our four-year partners yet. But you can see that the number of students who are remaining enrolled and the number of students who are awarded have increased in the last year, and those numbers are both increasing as the term progresses. So I'd like to give a little information about our dual credit students now. They typically are not in, we look at our dual credit students separately from our traditional enrollment because the circumstances, what they're doing and where they are is just a little bit different. We see that the number of dual credit students is increasing in every age group. These numbers reflect the increase in traditional dual credit and P-TECH in particular. Dual credit success rates are very high and are rising. 88% success rates is really phenomenal. That means that 88% of all dual credit grades are A's, B's, and C's. Students earning 15 hours for the first time is increasing every year as well, and we see that we've gone from 23,000 to 32,000 just in the last 2 years. 2,382 to 3,228. I just got a little happy there. Just in the last 2 years, that's an increase of almost 1,000 students, which is great. We see that transfer is increasing as well. Those 2024 numbers are not quite complete yet, but we see that we have increases in dual credit students transferring to a four-year institution. And the number of completers is increasing both within 1 year after dual credit and while in dual credit. There's no blue on 2025 yet because that's this year. Their 1 year after is this current year. So in summary, the data trends are encouraging and clearly reflect the board's and the institution's unwavering commitment to student success. The strategic focus is translating to measurable improvement in the leading indicators which predict student outcomes. Thank you. Questions?
Any questions, colleagues?
I don't have a question, I just have a comment. Based on the data you've provided, it's just really interesting and exciting to see that we really are headed in a positive direction. And it's just something for us to stay excited about because the more excitement we feel, the better we will continue to do. So I just want to say thank you for providing the data.
Thank you.
Chair,
Anyone else?
yeah, Madam Chair, I've got a couple questions.
Yes, Trustee Sheehan?
So I've got three. So at the beginning of the deck around student use of support services, those advising numbers are really exciting. It's really strong trend growth in folks reaching out to their advisors. Strong growth in tutoring, but it's still really low. So I wanted to get your perspective on what are we doing to continue to reach out to that cohort of students to ensure that they're aware of tutoring offerings and that we're modulating those tutoring offerings to be more fit to their schedules and their circumstances.
Okay, so we actually, tutoring is one of the places where we collect the best data in the institution. And one of the things that we know is the hardest thing to do is get the students in the door. So we collaborate, the Tutoring Center collaborates especially with those first year courses, the large courses, the first year experience course, all of those, because if we can get the students in the door once, they keep coming back. So we continue to work on building those collaborations. We have both online tutoring and face-to-face tutoring, which allows students really to fit it to their schedule as much as possible. And we use a lot. One of the things that we do with our marketing is we market to our students, and increasing our marketing of that tutoring is really important. And one of the things we see in our QEP, our Quality Enhancement Plan, which you've heard about, but it's been a little while, we encourage students to think about what they need, and one of the buttons they can choose is we need tutoring. And we see that just little interventions like that increase the rate of the students who engage in tutoring. So we're really actively thinking about what are the little nudges that we can get students to further get them in the door.
No, thanks for that. And I know in a couple of committees from now, we're going to hear about the HCC app. That's very exciting, and hopefully maybe there's an opportunity for this concept to end up in that app so we can nudge them and provide accessibility through a different vector. Next question I had was on slide 15, and I think the slides maybe got renumbered. So slide 13 in the deck, it's numbered 15 on the slide. So again, amazing improvement in students passing credit hours. I would imagine, though, that before too long, this is going to appear in our 150% graduation rates and our transfer rates. Just want to get a sense from you about, are we starting to see that break over? Or if not, when do you think we'll start to see that move in the numbers?
Great question.
Yeah, I think we're already starting to see it. Our graduation rate, 150% graduation rate has gone up 6 points in 5 years. I think that's where we really start to see it, because you see it bit by bit, and in our transfer rates as well. You see it in our credential completion and in our retention rates. I think our fall to spring retention rate in particular, moving up almost 2 points, is related to students passing their courses, because students who aren't successful in their courses don't stay typically. So I would say I think we're already seeing that, and will continue. The fact that those numbers are continuing to increase suggests that we're going to keep seeing those increases to the graduation rate, the transfer completion.
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, please.
No, I was just going to say, I agree with what you're saying, just by looking at the data you provided, and we could see the momentum here, which proves what you're saying is true.
Right, and we see it in the credit. Essentially, you have to get, roughly 30 credit hours for a certificate or 60 for an associate's degree. So the fact that students are completing more of those credits in the first year, that's the momentum that keeps them moving towards that degree.
Thank you. Third question, and this is on slide 24. Again, incredible progress on students achieving 15 credit hours in dual credit. And I know that HB8 funding partially is impacted by this. And earlier this year, we had seen kind of high-level financial data showing that our dual credit program is structurally losing money, but it's worth the investment. Just curious, though, is this improvement outpacing those initial HB8 forecasts? Like, will this net us in a couple of years additional funding, and maybe we balance that cash flow out?
Yes, our dual credit improvement is outpacing the HB8 forecast for dual credit. The dual credit team is doing a phenomenal work at getting students on the pathways and in the courses they need to either to reach their goals of transfer, completion of a certificate or associates, and you're really seeing that in these 15 credit hours data.
All right, thank you.
So.
Thank you. If there aren't any further questions or comments, we'll go ahead and go to the next item. Thank you for the presentation. Excellent information. Next on the agenda is item B, which is the 2023-2024 licensure exam pass rates. This is just, again, a report item. And so Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. This item is presented to provide a report on licensure exam pass rates for HCC graduates taking licensing exams in academic year 2023-2024. And with your permission, Madam Chair, Senior Vice Chancellor Norma Perez and Vice Chancellor Miguel Ramos will respond to questions and, of course, provide an overview as well. Dr. Perez.
Thank you, Chancellor, Madam Chair, and trustees. This presentation is the annual report covering the licensure and certification pass rates. The rates being presented are for the academic year 2023-2024. Similar to the Texas Coordinating Board, we use these results to assess the effectiveness of our programs. If results are low, we meet with the program leadership and faculty to develop a plan for improvement. In some cases, it will require a modification of the curriculum or providing students with testing taking strategies. So in addition to providing the pass rates for 23-24, we also provide you with the pass rates for the last 5 years for the respective COEs, excluding the year we just completed. So here you see that we provide you the data in terms, this is the year of 23-24, but then we also provide you the history trend for 5 years to show you where our programs stand. And most of them you can see is pretty much consistent. Overall, when you look at all of these results, the pass rate ranges from 80% to 100%, with the exception of 3 programs. One of those is listed here at 73%, which is our Health Information Technology program, the Occupational Therapy program at 78%, and then we have our firefighting program at 71%. Those low rates are being addressed by the program leadership and faculty and support from the districts. HCC's goal is to have a pass rate between 75% to 100. So with those results, the 71%, of course, is somewhat, did not meet that 75% benchmark, nor did the 73%. The last two slides, these last two slides here, these are the new certifications that we started reporting to you back in 22-23. And so you only have 2 years of data. So here are the reports here, and then here's the 2-year report data. In these results, we see remarkable improvements for two programs that had scores in the 60s and 70s for 23 and 24. These pass rates are now at 83 and 100%. So you notice there are 73% for the business technology. Last year was at 73%. This year it's at this past 23, 24, it was 100%. And the same thing for the logistics and global supply chain. That was at 63%. It went up to 83%. Again, that was with changes that were made by the program faculty and leadership. So in conclusion, overall, our programs are doing remarkably well. This is testament to the quality and rigor of instruction that is being provided by our faculty, as well as the academic support services that are available for our students. This concludes my report. The staff is available to address any questions that you may have at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Perez. Colleagues?
I don't have any questions.
None for me.
Trustee Stephen? Okay, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Since there aren't any other items or any comments from my colleagues, this meeting is now adjourned at
1:50 p.m.
Thank you.
guess we can start, and hopefully Trustee Patterson will come. The meeting of the Audit Committee for October 1st, 2025 will now come to order at
2:01 p.m.
This meeting is called for the purposes listed on the duly posted meeting notice. The other committee members are Trustees Renee Patterson, Monica Flores-Reichart, and alternate Trustee Lalu Davies. The opportunity for public comments. A citizen desiring to appear before the Board of Trustees shall complete the hearing of citizen form 24 hours prior to the meeting and file said application with the Board Services Office. There are no citizens who signed up to speak before the Audit Committee today. Our topics for discussion and/or action. Is there a motion to approve item A, fiscal year 2025 internal audit annual report?
So moved.
Is there a second? It has been moved and seconded, and Chancellor Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, members of the board. This item is recommendation for your consideration of approval of the fiscal year 2025 internal audit annual report. And with your permission, Madam Chair, Mr. Terrence Corrigan, internal auditor, will provide an overview and respond to questions. Mr. Corrigan.
Thank you, Chancellor. Good afternoon, trustees.
Good afternoon.
So this is the annual audit report. It's a standard report that's required by the Texas Internal Auditing Act. So it's reoccurring every year, and it is prescriptive. It follows the state auditor's office prescribed standard elements, and it's required to be reviewed and approved by the Board of Trustees. And then after their approval, we are required to post a copy of the annual report on the internal audit website that is public facing. So these are the 8 elements that are required. These elements are prescribed by the Texas State Auditor's Office, and they provide a lot of information that basically tells you everything that we did for the year and gives you some information on what's coming up in the next year. So the first element is basically a summary of the information on the internal audit plan from the year that just passed, fiscal year 2025. And then they want us to discuss our quality assurance review and our quality assurance program in the report. One thing to be noted is come early 2026, we'll need to start discussing with the audit committee an external quality assurance review. We'll need to bring a firm in to review the internal audit department. So that's the answer to who audits the internal audit department. Every 5 years, we're required to have an external review done on our internal audit department. So the board in the new standards, global standards for internal auditing, is required to be involved in the selection of a firm to do that and the criteria that we're going to use to do that assessment. So then they want to know all the observations we had in our audit reports and any observations that we brought forward from previous audit periods that weren't completed yet, and basically have a listing of all the observations and what the status is on those observations being remediated. Then they want us to discuss any consulting or non-audit services that we perform. And then they want to know what our plan is for fiscal year 2026. Then they want to know what external audit services were performed on HCC in fiscal year 2025. So we have a listing of those. And then we have a report on fraud and abuse, and that basically is us explaining what controls we have in place at HCC to try and detect and prevent fraud, and also basically wants us to say that if a fraud is determined to have happened, that we report it to the Texas State Auditor's Office. And then the last one is to basically say that we're going to comply with what they want. We're going to have the board approve our annual audit plan and also approve this annual internal audit report, and that we will post a copy of the report and the plan on our internal audit public-facing website. So that's pretty much it. You have the copy of the report in your package, and hopefully everybody's had time to review it. If you have any questions, I'd be glad to answer them.
Committee members, do you have any questions? No? So we are prepared to vote for item A, fiscal year 2025 internal audit annual report. Voting is now open.
Sharon, that's yes for me.
Trustee Reichardt, we record you as a yes.
Hold on. There it is.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed unanimously with a vote of 3-0.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Corrigan. We will now discuss item B, monitoring uncertainty, enrollment and funding model risks. This is a report item. No action is required. Chancellor Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, members of the board. This item provides an update on how the institution is monitoring uncertainty in enrollment and funding with the model risk. With your permission, Madam Chair, a framework overview will be provided by Vice Chancellor Burridge, Vice Chancellor Alcotter, and Senior Vice Chancellor Perez. They will also respond to questions.
Thank you, Chancellor. Sorry about that, trustees. So enrollment and funding risks are agreed on by colleges across the nation to be, honestly, some of the most concerning and frightening risks that we deal with. Enrollment risks are risks affecting our ability to attract new students and to our retention of students. Funding risks are risks to our core revenue stream, which are ad valorem taxes, tuition fees, and formula funding support. Of course, tuition and fees follows enrollment, and so we will focus some on formula funding support. Now, when we evaluate those risks, we research and think about the factors that can be influencing enrollment decline. Changing demographics, and the demographic cliff is certainly one of those factors. Perception of the value of higher education is something that we hear a lot about, and the changing labor market, particularly with respect to the types of credentials that are required for today's jobs. House Bill 8 then also led to dramatic change in mechanisms behind the formula funding, and this is a risk to us as this piece of legislation is changing about every 2 years. And then, of course, there's the potential for the changes at the federal level. You all remember the discussions about Pell in the last funding cycle. So we regularly do a comprehensive risk assessment where we evaluate potential changes to federal policies. These are assessed through the governmental and external affairs personnel, Dr. Young, as well as professional associations which update our staff about the kinds of changes that may be occurring. With House Bill 8 funding, we regularly audit the Coordinating Board's predictive modeling, we monitor legislative updates, and we also monitor leading indicators and projected outcomes so that we have an idea of how our funding may change. And of course, we monitor enrollment trends. We benchmark versus our peers. We do year-over-year comparisons. Internal surveys let us monitor the student experience. And as we monitor, we know that it's important also to act. So at this point, I will turn the podium over to Dr. Lisa Alcorta.
Thank you, Dr. Burridge. Good afternoon. I will be presenting the second part of the presentation today. So I wanted to share with the board and my colleagues around the information around enrollment data analysis. So part of the work that we do in connection all the way through advancement for helping students through the pathway through enrollment management, I do want to point out that when we talk about enrollment, we talk about it with new students and returning students. And part of that work is targeted efforts. So new and returning students for fall 2025 is around 42.8% and continuing is 57.2%. I mention that because that helps us as far as us developing targeted strategies as we work with these students through the pipeline. Again, this is just a reminder about our HCC Student Success Framework. I do want to highlight two practices in the connection area and the progress, completion, and advancement area. Our practice highlight is around improved lead tracking. I want to share through the supportive technology requests provided by the board and the chancellor, the utilization of improved software has improved our ability to view data in real time and track students through onboarding to enrollment. You'll notice that the request for information, we did transition from something similar to an Excel sheet to a recruitment tracking system tool. And in that, this past year, we saw an increase of students going through the Smartsheet program through My OneFlow. So on average, using Smartsheet, we saw about 949 requests for information documents. As we transitioned to My OneFlow, we saw an increase of 2,333. In addition, part of the transition for Smartsheet to My OneFlow, we also saw an improved tracking of participation at recruitment events with the Smartsheet of 181 versus 824, again, using the My OneFlow tool. I do want to also stress the importance of district-wide automatic campaigns. You'll see, again, targeted efforts for our students through the connection and entry. You see campaigns for prospect campaigns, an onboarding campaign, and a registration campaign. Most importantly are the calls to action around apply to HCC, complete your checklist, and register for courses. So this is a very comprehensive approach of communication for our students. I do want to highlight as well for the strategies for 25 and 26. These are a few of the items that we're doing, but I do want to highlight again for staff training, which is important for our staff to understand connection entry and strategies working with our students. So we just went through a recruiter baseline training in August 2025, and that's what we're going to continue through the next year. For our next progress and completion area, I do want to highlight advising. And in this, again, just a reminder of our milestones. The important part, again, is targeted efforts to engage with students from 0 to 45. We are also in the process of developing milestones for our baccalaureate students. Again, just highlighting advising, as Dr. Burridge had mentioned earlier, we did see an increase of at-risk student participation with advisors by 24% from spring to spring 2025. And I do want to highlight the graduation. There's a 13% increase in students applying for graduation. Again, stressing the importance of communication across the pipeline. Again, in this slide, you're going to see that we are using a data-informed annual enrollment comms plan. Again, to be sure we're doing targeted messaging from students at point of registration all the way to completion. And you'll see some strategies for 25-26. Again, what I shared around the technology platform and your support, we are launching Navigate 360, which is a customer relationship management tool, which will be kicking in spring, which will have an enormous effect on us to be able to work with students. The first pieces that are coming up is early alert as well as advising. Thank you, and that concludes our report. And if you have any questions for us.
Committee members, are there any questions? Madam Chair.
I don't have a question, but I want to thank you for the presentation, and I like the fact that, you know, the emphasis on the advising, that's where we need to let the students know that it's not just a one-time, but it's continuous so that they can be successful. So thank y'all for the presentation.
Thank you.
Can you all share with the board, or with this committee and the board, how continuing education for trades and skills fits into this construct?
We actually monitor the enrollment of our continuing education students the same way that we monitor the enrollment of our credit students. So we've created dashboards where we can see what courses where they're in and whether we have the right number of students enrolled in all of the courses they need. So for example, if you have 30 students enrolled in the first 3 courses and 25 in the 4th course, you need to find out where those last 5 students are. And so we use a lot of technology tools to watch those students come through the pipeline.
Okay, so that would be more academic than continuing ed. Continuing ed is more of the certificate level courses?
Right, that's what I was talking. That's exactly what I'm talking about, is the certificate level courses.
What we're doing to really tie the CE students with our SAH student is that, again, we created the pathways. So all of our CE courses now, because they do lead to some form of certification, we're working to where that certification also leads into a specific level 1 certificate, so that the students then are the advisors that are responsible for the credit side of the house are also responsible for the CE credit side of the house.
So our advisors, are they, because I know CE credit is dramatically different from academics, so are our advisors prepared for that? Because the CE credit courses for certification for skills and trades is dramatically different. How are they prepared for that?
Because it's part of their training they're going through now. We are focusing on those short-term training programs more than ever, because all of those short-term training programs lead, or where students are given credit for, let's say, a course in their level 1 certificate, in some cases maybe 2 courses. So that's the emphasis here, that it's all about the pathway. So they say, I want to do a short-term training program, great. We'll get you started here, but we also let them know that that should not be a place for them to stop, that they can continue their education and start with that level 1 certificate, finish that, they can go to work, and they can continue again with their education. So it's really getting them on a pathway and them understanding it's not just those 2 courses or 3 courses for continuing education, but there's more to that field. It'll give them some skills to get a job, but we want to encourage them to continue with their education.
And currently, how many employees do we have that are doing the continuing education side of this equation, that are actually guiding them through the certifications, not the advisor side, the actual office that manages that? How many employees do we have?
We don't have an office. We have a district office that sort of oversees everything that goes on in the district, but each of the colleges has their own CE department within their COE. So in other words, each of our deans is responsible for the credit side and the CE side. So this is how we're trying to bring them together. We want to treat all our students the same. We just want to find out, when they come to us, what is your goal? And if their goal right away is, I want to get a job right now, then we encourage them to start that short-term training program and then make them aware as to what else is there for them in that pathway.
Okay. Well, and the reason I'm asking these questions is because I know that our goal is for every high school student to have at least 1 certification.
Yes.
That's what, 200,000 plus high school students just in HISD. So if they begin to take advantage of this, we are already at the brink of breaking point. But if each of those students follow that pathway, then we're clearly going to be unprepared for that many students in a flow. So I'm glad that our advisors are being trained, because this is going to give us leverage for our students to start at the level 1 certification. The state pays us, and these students get better prepared for jobs, especially the students that are not particular about college. So I'm looking forward to how we will we will have the influx of 9th to 12th graders at that level 1 certification, and what that's going to look like for us from college to college and from dean to dean. It would be good to know how we're going to handle that. But this is very good because the tracking is most important, because a lot of our students really do need the guidance. So this is very good. So thank you. This report is very comprehensive.
And let me just add that for dual credit, we're also moving in that same direction. With dual credit, we're also working with that same direction for short-term training programs, because again, we can now offer non-credit to our dual credit students as well. So we are headed in that direction.
Is that Trustee Tamez? You had a question?
Yes, hi, thank you, Madam Chair. So I think this is great information. I just want us to be sure we know, like, for instance, this sounds a lot like it should have been on the academic agenda. And so just making sure that moving forward, and I think this is great, so thank you. Doubling our efforts or anything like that, because this sounds very much like it would have fit right into the academic agenda. So just moving forward, and I could be wrong, and correct me if I am.
No, I think it's a leading question because it hadn't been asked. And I know for continuing education and for the level 1 certifications, I learned that level 1 certifications and continuing education for like CNA and what's the other class? They're not really level 1 certifications, but they are credentials of value. So knowing what those are, knowing what the level 1 certifications are, knowing that high school now will take advantage of it. Now the segue is, how is that going to happen, and how are we going to track it through this audit tracking system, since they are 9th to 12th graders? So we've got to get prepared for having them to flow into the academic affairs side of the house.
Trustee, we can bring a report to the next Academic Affairs Committee regarding our CE instruction.
As all my colleagues, any topics, I do it every month, and so we'll do that again, and absolutely. But I think it's great information, and it's not about that. It's just making sure so that we're not having people, sit through. They know where things lie, and so something like this, and I think it's great. And I'll put it out there, and we'll let the chancellor know if we want to bring more information regarding it for next month, okay?
Excellent.
Thank you.
So thank you. We will now adjourn to a closed or executive session under the Texas Government Code sections 551.071, 551.072, and or 551.074 of the Open Meetings Act as stated in the notice of this meeting. Should any final action, vote, or decision be required in the opinion of the board on any matter considered in the closed meeting, such final action, vote, or decision shall be taken up in open session portion of this meeting or in a subsequent public meeting upon notice thereof. The meeting is adjourned to closed session at
2:24 p.m.
And Trustee Reichert, can you join us in closed session? Thank you.
2025 will now come to order at.
2:51 p.m.
This meeting was called for the purposes listed on the duly posted meeting notice. Committee members are Trustees Monica Reichart, myself, Sean Sheehan, and Dave Wilson. Alternate trustee is Laulu Davies. A citizen desiring to appear before the Board of Trustees shall complete the hearing of citizen form 24 hours prior to the meeting and file said application with the Board Services Office. There are no citizens signed up to speak before the Board Governance Committee today. Is there a motion to approve item A, proposed revisions to Board Policy BBH Local? And I will second it. Oh, is there a second? Sorry, Trustee Reichart.
I'll second.
It has been moved and seconded. We will now have discussion on the item. Board Counsel will introduce the item.
Thank you. The proposed changes to this policy are just to ensure compliance with it was Senate Bill 17, and now it's in Chapter 51 of the Education Code regarding DEI. We had some pre-approved conferences listed in this policy, and in reviewing those, there was a concern that the contents of those seminars and conferences could be in conflict with Senate Bill 17. So what these proposed changes recommend is just to remove those conferences. We have left as pre-approved those that have a very clear neutral educational purpose. So American Association of Community Colleges, Association of Community College Trustees, Association of Governing Boards, Board of Trustees Institute, Community College Association of Texas, National Association for Community College Entrepreneurship, and National Association of College and University Business Officers, and then also TASB, will remain in the policy as pre-approved. And I apologize, there's on the next page, it also says the Coordinating Board, Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board, and then any legislative activities in the state of Texas. Those will remain as pre-approved. Anything that is not on that list will go to the chair and to board counsel to review. There are criteria listed in the policy that will sort of similar to a gift of public funds type of analysis that looks at the purpose, whether the event is open to everyone, whether there's a tie to the educational mission of the college, things of that nature. It'll be reviewed to ensure compliance with the law, and then it will move forward through that process. So I can answer any questions if there are any.
Trustees, any questions? All right. Madam Chair.
If we're already agreeing to omit the others, then don't see why it still comes before the board chair to discuss it and approve it.
That's for anything that's not included in the policy, and it's to ensure compliance with those factors that are listed there, so that we're ensuring that any expenditure of college funds is consistent with state law.
Presently, you're the one, our board chair, our legal counsel is the one that reviews and then lets us know if it's in compliance, right?
Correct. I do that at the direction of the board chair, though. I don't undertake any legal review or provision of legal advice without direction from the board chair. And so that's why we've got it in here this way. We can change that to say board services if you'd prefer.
We'll work in conjunction.
Okay.
Thank you.
Melissa,
Yes.
that was my same concern, the concern Eva has, because I know in the past, we've had trustees wanting to go to conferences that were not on the list, but insisted that they be allowed to go. And I just want some language in there that will prevent that from happening, that kind of pressure being put on the board chair because someone feels they need to attend a conference because it would better them as an individual,
Right.
and not having a positive impact on the entire board.
And so this will do that to some extent, because one of the criteria that will be reviewed when those are submitted is the nature and mission of the external organization, whether the organization and event exclude individuals based on a protected classification, the reasons for the board members' participation, so there should be a connection to your official capacity, public purpose to be served by it, so it must be related to the mission of the institution. So there are some guardrails in there. that require that it be related to your capacity as a board member.
Any other discussion, trustees? All right, we are now ready to vote on item A.
That's a yes for me, Sharon.
Received. Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 3-0.
Is there a motion to approve item B, proposed revisions to retaliation policies DIAB and FFDB local?
Yes, so moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, it has been moved and seconded. We will now have discussion on the item. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Following will be a series of recommended policy changes in accordance with TASB 49 update. Item B is a recommendation for your consideration of approval of proposed revisions to local policies DIAB and FFDB. And with your permission, Mr. Chair, General Counsel Montgomery will provide an overview and respond to questions.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chancellor. Mr. Chair, trustees. Today, we bring revisions to DIAB local and FFDB local. TASB has reorganized the language on retaliation, the examples, false claims, failure to report. The definition for retaliation now includes intimidation and coercion. And specifically in FFDB, the administration has updated references to the Title IX coordinator and also clarified that failure to report obligations do not apply to students. With that, I'll take any questions.
Trustees, any questions? All right, seeing none, we are now ready to vote on item B.
That's a yes for me, Sharon.
Received.
Thank you.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 3-0.
We are now, is there a motion to approve item C, proposed revisions to ECC local course loads and schedules?
So moved.
Is there a second?
I'll
It has been moved and seconded. We will now have discussion on the item. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. This item is recommended to the board as a consideration for your approval of revisions to policy EEC local in accordance with recommended changes under TASB Update 49. And with your permission, Mr. Chair, General Counsel Montgomery will provide an overview and respond to questions.
Thank you, Chancellor. Policy ECC local is being revised by TASB to reflect amendments by the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board rules that now allows exceptions and appeals regarding courses a student may drop. Also, the definition for drop courses has been added, and there's some clarifications in the policy. With that, I'll take any questions.
Trustees, any questions?
I don't have a question, but I'd like for them to read that part of the number of classes that they're allowed so that our audience can be aware of that.
Certainly. And that has not changed, Trustee, Madam Chair. And specifically, that language is the second highlighted language limitation on number of dropped courses. In accordance with Coordinating Board's rules and regulations, a college district student shall not be permitted to drop more than 6 courses taken while enrolled as an undergraduate at the college district or another public institution of higher education. A dropped course is a course in which a student enrolled for credit but did not complete, and then it has the list. The list is the same, except they just provided some clarifications in it.
And they're still allowed to take the 15 hours?
May I ask for Chief Academic Officer to come and assist?
Yes, the regular load for a student is either taking 12 or 15 is considered full-time. So the majority of our students tend to take 12, but they can take up to 15. They can even take up to 18. And we also permit 21 with approval.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, any more questions, trustees? Seeing none, we are now ready to vote on item C.
That's a yes for me, Sharon.
Received.
Thank you.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 3-0.
Is there a motion to approve item D, proposed establishment of FLBC local student conduct prohibited organizations and hazing?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
It has been moved and seconded. We will now have discussion on the item. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members of the board, this item is a recommendation for your consideration of approval of FLBC as recommended by administration and TASB Update 49. And with your permission, Mr. Chair, General Counsel Montgomery will provide an overview and answer all questions.
Thank you. FLBC Local, this is a new policy provided by TASB regarding the Stop Campus Hazing Act. The college currently has FLBC Legal and also FLBC Regulation. The administration has made a few changes, as you will see, to be sure that this local policy aligns with our current procedure, regulation, and our student code of conduct. Are there any questions?
Trustees, any questions? Seeing none, we are ready to vote on item D.
That's a yes from me, Sharon.
Received.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 3-0.
Is there a motion to approve item E, proposed changes to local policies, safety programs CG, CGF, and CGA?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
It has been moved and seconded. We will now have discussion on the item. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. This item is a recommendation for your consideration of approval of changes to local policies CG, CGF, and CHA in accordance with TASB 49 update. And with your permission, Mr. Chair, General Counsel Montgomery will provide an overview and answer questions.
Thank you. With this item, we have three policies for your consideration: a revised policy CG Local, a new policy CGF Local, and a deletion of policy CHA Local. Policy CG Local, these revisions include adding disasters and reference to the Fire Safety and Prevention Program. Policy CGF Local, this provision of the policy adds CHA Local into this policy. There is also a reference to the interlocal mutual aid agreements that HCC PD follows, and also a new reference for body-worn cameras. Our standard body-worn cameras are in our general orders 5.3 and also in CGFA Legal. Finally, the administration clarified that complaints regarding college peace officers follow our DGBA policy series, and appeals begin at level 4 for DGBA, FLD, and GB as appropriate, because the initial complaint process for HCC PD officers is outlined in our general orders. With that, I'll take any questions.
Trustees, any questions? Seeing none, we are now ready to vote on item D, or E.
That's a yes for me, Sharon.
Received.
Thank you.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 3-0.
We will now move to item F, Board Expenditures Report for fiscal year 2025. This is a report item. No action is required. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Members of the board, this item provides the board's expenditure reports for fiscal year 2025 for the period of September 1, 2024 through August 31st, 2025. And with your permission, Mr. Chair, Ms. Wright, Board Executive, will provide an overview and respond to questions. Ms. Wright.
Good afternoon. This provides, as Dr. Ford Fisher mentioned, the annual report for FY 25 of the board travel and BACA expenditures for a total of $91,744. The attachments do Exhibit 1, the breakout of the travel, which lists the conferences and those trustees attending and amount for each trustee attendance. And then Exhibit 2 reviews the BACA funds to include the expenditures for sponsorships for each trustee on their BACA account. I will entertain any questions.
Trustees, any questions?
No question, just thank you to Sharon for the, as usual, excellent work.
Thank you to the team. Thank you.
All right.
I don't have any questions, but I do have a comment. Even though there are some conferences that we won't be able to attend because of DEI, I'm glad that there are limitations, because with the limitations, then, you know, it helps control the amount of monies that's spent on travel, you know, by the trustees. Because some of those conferences we really don't need to attend because it's repetitive information. And I just want to feel that when we attend a conference, we're doing it on behalf of the institution. We're doing what we think is going to be for the good of the institution. But if we're going to something we went last year, we're going again this year, and they're giving the same information, we need to stay at home. And I just had to say that, because I appreciate you keeping a handle on that for us, Sharon. I appreciate it.
All right, thank you, everybody. This meeting is now adjourned at
3:09 p.m.
The meeting of the Marketing Committee for October 1, 2025 will now come to order at
3:09 p.m.
This meeting was called for the purposes listed on the duly posted meeting notice. The other committee members are Trustee Adriana Temez, Prieta Vanderbilt Stallworth, and alternate Sean Cheban. Opportunity for public comments. A citizen desiring to appear before the Board of Trustees shall complete the hearing of citizens form 24 hours prior to the meeting and file said application with the Board Service Office. There are no citizens signed up to speak before the Marketing Committee today. We will discuss item A, Strategic Communications and Marketing Update. This is a report item. No action is required. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, members of the board. This item provides an update on key strategic initiatives to market and promote HCC's programs and services that lead to student conversions and student success. And so with your permission, Mr. Chair, Interim Vice Chancellor Adil will provide an overview and respond to questions. Dr. Adil.
Thank you, Chancellor. Good afternoon, Madam Chancellor, Madam Trustee, and esteemed members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to provide a brief update on our marketing and communication efforts. Our focus continues to be strategic aligning our resources to support a student's success. As you are aware, we are actively refining all our KPIs to align more closely with our enrollment metrics, ensuring that every campaign and initiative contributes meaningfully to institutional goals, with students at the center of everything that we do. So my first update is our rebrand rollout, convocation highlights. Following our first official reveal of the Houston City College logo at convocation, we experienced a significant increase in engagement across all digital channels. And our story was picked up and featured across multiple outlets, including several mainstream media, highlighting our message, boosting our visibility, and reinforcing our message. There was a marked rise in social media mentions and faculty, staff, and students sharing photos, group shots, and logo displays. That was a clear show of enthusiasm for our new brand. Post-event, we saw 12.08 increase in social media views and about 11% increase in our website traffic compared to last year around this time. Yesterday, all our college presidents hosted brand celebration across the campuses that generated a lot of excitement among our students and community. Expanding on to our branding style guide and our branded assets, our HCC branding style guide is now available. It is live through our brand folio. I want to take a moment to thank our branding team for their dedication throughout this transition. Their efforts have been instrumental in maintaining the integrity and consistency of our new brand integrity. Next, I have our website redesign update. So we are currently in the content owner validation and update phase. Our redesign project is at 63% completion, and it remains on schedule for our deliverable in March for the website launch. Moving on to our monthly marketing and communication report, our August comparative report for social media and our website traffic reflects growth across all key performance indicators. One of our marketing highlights includes the Connect to Workforce mini campaign, which was promoted across multiple channels and resulted in, I have the numbers that were previously pulled on September 18th, but I do have numbers as we pull them today. 80,000 plus impressions, 122,000 plus video views, 6,700 plus landing page visit that is designed for our Connect to Workforce. And additionally, the data provided through our team, our DRI, Daniel Diala, 238 applications submitted for this Connect to Workforce program, and 79 students are currently enrolled. I've also included the follow-up update on the Houston Reconnect initiative as we redesign and re-promote that effort for the next upcoming registration cycle. And the next this is our new project that we have already launched. I am very, very excited about our student success stories. We are pleased to announce the launch of this initiative. This is a weekly series of mini campaigns showcasing current student alumni achievements. This initiative is designed to be self-sustaining, supported by an efficient process flow. And at this time, I do like to see if my team is here to acknowledge them, because there was a lot of work that goes in there. If they are in the room, please stand. There are several new projects in progress, And these include some of the big ones that includes a shared community outreach and engagement calendar that will help us align our district-wide community engagement activities along with the colleges. Development of our new HCC app, I have included the timeline on that, and a promotional pack and branded resource library that is on its way as well. We will continue to provide progress updates as these initiatives advance. And finally, I want to quickly touch on our district-wide events coordination. In collaboration with the college presidents, we are coordinating several district-wide events aimed at deepening students' community engagement. Key upcoming events include Eagle Preview Day, Commit to Complete, and STEM Month. These initiatives reflect our commitment to mission-driven programming that strengthens our institutional impact. So thank you again for your time and continued support. I welcome any questions or comments.
We have 13 minutes left. Is there any questions? Or would you like to say anything else?
You ask me any question, I am happy to.
Trustee Cheeman.
Excellent presentation. It's good to see progress on all fronts. I did have a question about the app. So excited to see that the app is gaining traction. But I was a bit surprised to not see a couple of bits of functionality on that list of functionality that you're planning. So I'll rattle some of those off and then would appreciate your reflections on if they're not possible to do or if they are, what the timing might be. So in the Academic and Student Affairs Committee, we talked about tutoring and using that app as a portal into tutoring services and even remote on-demand AI-enabled tutoring. That would be fantastic to work in over time. But then also just the basics of registering for classes and making payments. I was also surprised weren't on that list. So curious for your reflections. Is that something that we can work toward over time, maybe sooner rather than later?
Yes, so we have talked, there is a committee that is meeting regarding this. There have been a discussion of phase 1 and phase 2. What is it, something that we want to push out like in the first phase so it doesn't become just a mini version of our website, but bring additional value to students and their use. So that is how we are looking at things. So there were some things that are not available currently to students. So we thought that would be a good start. But eventually, yes, registration and enrollment needs to be the piece of it, and other support services, including tutoring.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to say congratulations to yesterday's kickoff. I think all the colleges did a great job, and so we're now officially Houston City College. So thank you for all the hard work that all the colleges did. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I want to say thank you for establishing the app. We know that eventually we'll add more robust bullet points to it because students do everything by apps. But thank you for this because this is a very good start for any student or non-student to download the app and learn about HCC and navigate our campuses and do our push messaging and try to understand what our academic offerings are. So thank you for this. This is very good.
Thank you. Anyone else? I appreciate all the hard work and the comments from my fellow board members on the name change. It's been quite an ordeal, and it's taken some time to get here, and it looks like there's people that I talked to who previously were in opposition to it, and now they're talking to me and saying they like the new name. So congratulations on that. And one of the things that I tell everybody that I get a chance is Houston City College is focused on education, not indoctrination. And I get a real good response from that from a lot of disgruntled parents who sending their kids off to 4-year schools. So education instead of indoctrination. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you.
If there is no other business, the marketing committee adjourns at
2:21 PM.
3:21, yeah.
3:21, you're correct.
Good afternoon. We're going to reverse the order today. So we're going to start with Committee of the Whole at this time, and then we'll have a special meeting after this. The Committee of the Whole meeting for October the 1st, 2025 will now come to order at
3:31 p.m.
This meeting was called for the purposes as listed on the duly posted meeting notice. A citizen desiring to appear before the Board of Trustees shall complete the hearing of citizen form 24 hours prior to the meeting and file said application with the Board Services Office. No citizens are signed up to speak before the Committee of the Whole. Is there a motion to approve item A, monthly investment report, financial statement, and budget review for August 2025?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. It has been moved in second. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. This item is a recommendation for your consideration of approval to accept the monthly investment report, financial statement, and budget review for August of 2025. And with your permission, Madam Chair, Vice Chancellor McCracken will provide an overview and respond to questions.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you. You have the report in front of you. I'm not going to go through it line by line, but I am going to just highlight a couple of things. So first off, keep in mind that this is through August, but these are preliminary numbers, so there are still some items that need to be booked. We expect that by the time we're all said and done, we're going to end up about $7 million in net revenue, give or take a little bit. Basically, for the year, we came in about $1 million over for revenues, mostly because of state appropriations and tuition and fees being up, while ad valorem taxes came in below what was projected. We still have to do a booking for employee benefits that we'll get from ERS, a couple of accruals from contracted services and utilities, and then a booking for the transfers of debt. And with that, Don Stevens, our AVC of Finance and Accounting, and I will be happy to answer any questions.
Trustees, do we have any questions?
Appreciate you preempting my question on the revenues. On the scholarship distribution, normally that's pegged out at 100% in August. Why didn't we disperse all those scholarship funds?
So we're still doing some research on that item. That is not your traditional scholarships. That is primarily being used as a true-up between scholarship that's awarded to students and then what they ultimately qualified for. So instead of charging back the students when there's a piece that's not eligible, that's kind of the true-up portion.
Okay, thanks.
Yes, Trustee Wilson.
If there's money left over, of course, everybody wants a piece of it, right? Anyway, I'll make my pitch. This week, I had a medical procedure done, and I went in, there were two ladies, and I asked the one where she had gone to school, and she said San Jacinto College. And she said, I asked her why not Houston City College, and she said they paid for her gasoline, and they paid for her books, and they paid for her uniforms. And that was the difference in why she didn't come to HCC and she went to San Jacinto. She had a grant for the rest of the money. And then the other young lady, she was going to CHCP and that private school. So those people need to be coming to Houston City College, and maybe we can use some of that money to lure more healthcare professionals into our school.
Thank you very much.
To what you said, Trustee Wilson, I agree, but I really think that now we are enhancing our marketing campaign and we're doing a better job at marketing. We are going to see increase in enrollment in our healthcare professions.
Right, thank you. Any other questions? Well, I was just looking at that fiscal impact. That's the one I always look at, just so that as a quick, and I know you said that the money that we had earned and that we're putting it into our fund, right?
Correct.
Okay. So can you say that amount again?
Yeah, so right now, if you look on page 4, if you look at the bottom on slide 3, at the bottom where it says 34 million is net revenue, there's some expenses that haven't been booked yet that's going to reduce that amount, and we expect that amount to end somewhere around 7 million.
Okay. Thank you very much. There's no further questions? No further questions. We thank you. Thank you for keeping us in the, not in the red, but in the black. And we know that all the extra money will go to the students, right? So, thank you.
Thank you.
The meeting of the Committee of the Whole is adjourned
Madam
at,
Chair, that's an item we need to vote on.
oh, no, we got to vote on it, sorry. Oh, y'all got me on fast. Okay. So trustees, board members, we're now ready to vote for the monthly investment report, financial statement, and budget review for 2025. Please cast your vote.
The voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 7-0.
Thank you. Now, the meeting of the Committee of the Whole is adjourned at,
1 second, I need to recast that vote. Adjourned at 3:37 p.m.
thank you. So we have a few minutes. Didn't make it to the post. The special meeting for October the 1st, 2025 will now come to order at
4:00 p.m.
This meeting was called for the purposes as listed on the duly posted meeting notice. A citizen desiring to appear before the Board of Trustees shall complete the hearing of citizen form 24 hours prior to the meeting and file said application with the Board Services Office. There are no citizens signed up to speak today. Is there a motion regarding item A, designate official to calculate tax rates for tax year 2025, 2026?
Second.
It has been moved and second. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, members of the board. This item is a recommendation to designate an official to calculate tax rates for tax year 2025, fiscal year 2026. And with your permission, Madam Chair, Vice Chancellor McCracken will provide an overview and respond to questions.
Good evening. Thank you. So this item is required before we can do item B. The law requires that we have a person who's designated. This is to include a second designation in addition to Dr. Hahn. This is to include Don Stevens, our Associate Vice Chancellor of Finance and Administration, as the person who can sign off on all of the calculations and public notices that will have to go out following the next item. Happy to answer any questions.
Questions, trustees? No questions. Thank you. Voting is now open. Board members, please cast your vote. It's not, there it is.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 7-0.
Thank you. Is there a motion regarding item B, approve the proposed 2025 tax rate and announce a timeline for the public hearing and final adoption of 2025 tax rate?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. It has been moved in second. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. This item is presented to recommend for your consideration of approval of the proposed tax rate of 0.098802, which is necessary to fund the approved fiscal year 2026 operational budget and debt service payments, and announce the timeline for the public hearing and final adoption of a 2025 tax rate for fiscal year 2026. And with your permission, Madam Chair, Vice Chancellor McCracken will provide an overview and respond to questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. Long story short, this is the end result of the budget discussions that began back in December of last year and really kicked off in January of this year. So all throughout the spring, there were budget discussions where various scenarios and alternatives were discussed. And the end result of that was the budget that was approved in June, which included $242 million in ad valorem taxes as an item. Once we got the certified rolls from Harris County on September 4th, it was a matter of going through the calculations to determine the tax rate that would equate to that $242 million in taxes. That tax rate is above the no new revenue rate, which requires that you have a hearing, a public hearing, which is scheduled for October 15th prior to the adoption of that rate, but it is below the 8% increase that would require a voter approval rate, which would require an election. And so essentially tonight, the goal is to get the board to adopt the proposed rate or approve the proposed rate for adoption following the public hearing on the 15th. If we could get the presentation up, it would be helpful. But I will step through this just very, very quickly. This is the typical timeline. We received those on October 3rd or September 3rd. They came out late this year. Normally, we expect to get those in August, so that did delay things. So the appraisal boards are in a rush. This table shows you the calculations of the maintenance and operations plus the debt rate. Obviously, our debt rate continues to go down. The maintenance and operations rate, we are proposing a tax rate of 0.098802, which is up from the 0.096182. This goes through the revenue estimates, certified rolls, the budget. This is a more detailed timeline. Tomorrow, based upon the results of today, we have to send notice to Harris County to update the website. We have to do updates to the website and then start sending in the paperwork so the notices can go out in the newspapers, on public TV, et cetera. Just a note in the appendix, we did include some stuff. The proposed rate of 0.0988 is actually lower than what we've had in 2017. And so we've been very effective organizationally at maintaining a rate that is flat. The impact on homeowners, remember in 2023, you approved an increase in the homestead exemption. So for someone who is over the age of 65 at a $250,000 home, we're talking about an annual tax amount of $71.63. This would actually increase that by $1.90. If they're under 65, it would go up by $5.44. And with that, I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Trustees, any questions? Trustee Sheehan.
Mr. McCracken, thank you for the presentation. I am really struggling with this proposed tax rate. And the reason is that we have a very different set of operating assumptions now than we did when we passed the budget. My calculations show that with this tax rate, we would raise about $24 million in excess of what we would need to meet our expense budget that we passed in June. So we passed a budget of $481 million, amended it down by $7 million to get to $474 million. We never changed that 242 at that time. That should have chunked down by $7 million at the time. So that's gap number one. Gap number two, we had very pessimistic enrollment assumptions. We were preparing for the worst. It was the right thing to do at the time. We assumed a 50% reduction in international students. My understanding is that international student enrollment is flat. That nets us an incremental $8 million in tuition and fees. Also, we assumed that general enrollment would be down 3.5%. It's up 11%. That nets us an incremental $9 million in tuition and fees. Sum total $24 million. I'm very uncomfortable passing a tax rate that is that far in excess of what we plan to spend as an institution. Looking at the numbers here, and I'm open to discussion on this point, all the points, but this one in particular, we still have a bit of a cushion at the no new revenue rate. So I think, to me, from my perspective, that should be the starting point, is we can satisfy everything we committed to spend from an expense standpoint in our budget with the no new revenue tax rate, and it still gives us a little bit of a buffer in terms of unexpected items that could come up later in the year. So just wanted to put that out there and let my trustees react to that or not as they see fit.
Thank you. Any other trustees? Trustee? And
I have a concern about our students, which we know, based on U.S. Department of Education and based on the state of Texas, narrowing the credentials of value. We have not calculated what our loss will be because they've significantly narrowed the credentials of value, and we were banking on those dollars to keep us in balance. And I would be concerned if we lower the tax rate and then those credentials of value have been removed and that money has been removed and we haven't calculated. It could be several million. Then we've got to figure out how we're going to get back to the break-even point. My other concern is retirements. We are going to have to pay more into the retirement system. We are doing bare minimum, and we're going to have to do more than bare minimum. If 1/3 of our population is retirement age, and even 15% of that decides they want to retire, what is that going to look like for us paying out retirement? So those two things I am concerned about in terms of how much finances. I would be willing to look at a change in the tax rate for next fiscal year, because by the end of this year, we're going to find out in January what the federal government will not give us. ACCT has been working really hard to maintain some of the workforce Pell funding and the other funding, and some of those things were no's, and as a result, we've had to send out the notice that these are cancellations, so we won't be getting that funding. So those are those three funding formulas that are going to negatively impact us. So I want to know how that's going to work with the change in the no new taxes.
Thank you. Trustee Wilson?
Trustee Cheever, you bring up a real good point, but one of the things in the budget process this year, we had 3 or 4 different scenarios and options, and we voted on them, and we decided to go with the 2.7. And I voted against that to keep it with no increase. But the board voted to raise it and to go to that. And there was talk about the budget and the question, like Trustee Vanderbilt Stallworth brings up, about how things are going to be affected with the policies that come out of D.C. and other policies. And I thought that the consensus was that we were going to have a very risk-free budget and kind of have a little excess in it for things that could happen. That excess isn't the right word. Have a couple safeguards in it for in case things didn't come through. And so when you balance trying to figure out a budget and then trying to minimize the bill for the taxpayers in our community who vote us into these positions, it's a balance on that budgeting thing. And I think about every year I've been on this board, we have had excesses, sometimes as much as $50 million. And we put it in the reserve. And then one year we used it to, rather than take out a bond, we paid off the Katy campus. And, you know, there's a lot more that goes into this. And I think we've learned a lot from the budget process this year. And next year, I think we really need to work hard. We'll have a whole year of good data, and we'll see where we're at, because I really think that our enrollment's going to go up, and I think our projections are pessimistic, and they're going to go up, which will give us more of an excess. So if we've got that excess, you know, can we use it to pay for a medical students, a sonogram medical students? Can we use that to pay for their gas and their uniform and their books? You know, this is budgeting for a public institution like this is not an easy thing to do. And it's kind of, you're going to have confidence in the chancellor, and you're going to have confidence in this administration, and whether they spend it wisely, and whether there's transparency and there's accountability, and it goes to where it'll do the most good. And anyway, voting on these type things aren't easy, and your points are well taken, and I understand what you're saying. But when you factor it all in with the big overall picture, you know, what's best for student success, and what's the best we can do with this money we have to help the socioeconomic community that we serve, and how can we bring them up, and how can we help this community? It's not an easy decision.
I, too, want to say that we have so many unknowns coming up, you know, and, you know, from the federal, from the state level, they're all unknowns. And even the people that, the community that pays into our taxes, they don't know how they're going to pay the taxes. So every year, we look at the amount that we've collected, and I think we've always been in the 90% that we're able to collect. But, we won't know till January, how much we collected, or if we even reach 90%. So for that reason, I agree with this number, and that but we're going to be cautious and we're going to have to adjust the budget in the areas that we see the shortfalls. And so again, I just say that we always try to help the community and try to save the money, but we also need to be very frugal with how we spend the money here on the college. And I think that this is a new day, and that we all agree that we need to reach out and try to save money, but on the community's dime. So, thank you.
Madam Chair?
Comments? Yes.
Madam Chair?
Trustee Reichardt, go ahead.
Yes, my thinking is a lot along your lines. There's so much uncertainty right now. We're likely going to see an inevitable bump in enrollment just because generally that's what happens. When the economy takes a downturn, our enrollment goes up. And we're going to the way I see it as one trustee is we potentially have more people that need our services with potentially that are less able to pay because of what's happening with the economy. The other thing that we haven't even really fully seen is what's going to happen to the undocumented students that now no longer have in-state tuition, and how that's going to be reflected, because that's a lot of HCC students. And because of those uncertainties, that's what makes me a little more comfortable with this tax rate, because it foresees some of these issues that we're going to have in the future. So thank you.
Thank you.
Good.
If there's no further comments, then we're ready to vote.
Madam Chair, can I just add one little piece? I'm
Go
sorry. To Trustee Cheben's point, it is looking like our tuition and fees revenue is going to be better than projected, but there's a variable cost that comes with that as well. And so if we continue to run high on tuition and fees, meaning we have more students, we're going to need to increase expenses to adjust and to meet the needs of those students, whether that's more faculty or more advisors, et cetera. So there is a cost that comes with that. I'll also point out that our collection rate this year on the ad valorem taxes was actually below by a couple of percentage points from what was projected by HCAD. We used HCAD's projections again this year, as essentially that's the rule that we follow. And so if that swings and comes in lower, that's a significant number. So there is some risk there. And if we do end the year with additional funds, keep in mind that we have a real deferred maintenance expense that we've expressed concerns about funding out of fund balance that can, if the year goes very well, you can actually move some of that money and fund it out of operating funds, which is probably where it needs to be long-term for a sustainable position. So just wanted to add those points.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Trustee Sheben.
Mr. McCracken, appreciate those points. For the next budget cycle, this is not a next 2 weeks request. I think it'd be really interesting for us to understand what that variable cost looks like, and that resonated with me quite a bit. But as we get into that next funding cycle, we will almost certainly look at many scenarios, and having that variable cost kind of ratio aspect of it in mind as we're talking through those would be really helpful. So thanks for bringing that up.
Yeah, I think I want to add some comments on that as well. We recognize the variable cost that is going to be involved with the growth in enrollment, but I think as a board, considering the potential numbers that this could result in, it's important that we have a chance to opine and weigh in as we kind of go through the fiscal year. because the revenue, Trustee Wilson, could grow considerably. And there are priorities that we've discussed, including deferred maintenance, tuition relief, support of some of our medical students, scholarship, the technology fee that we discussed. So I think it's important that we as a board commit to revisiting this, Madam Chair, that as we kind of go through the next few months, by no later than January, we should take another close look at the budget beyond just the perfunctory reports, but to really look at where we are relative to those assumptions, known knowns and unknown unknowns, and then, substantially dig back in so that it's not just sort of a blank check that we have to transfer the fund balance at the end of the fiscal year. So that's what I would urge this board to sort of, commit ourselves to. Thanks.
Thank you. If there's no further comments, then we're now ready to vote on the motion regarding item B, approve the proposed 2025 tax rate and announce a timeline for the public hearing and final adoption for 2025 tax rate, fiscal year 2026. Voting is now open.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 8-0.
Thank you. We will now open the floor for nominations for item C, approval of nomination of candidate for Harris Central Appraisal District, HCAD Board of Directors. HCC has the opportunity to nominate up to 2 candidates for election for the HCAD Board of Directors. Is there a motion?
Madam Chair,
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
I move that we nominate Melissa Noriega again.
Madam Chair,
Melissa Noriega has been nominated. We got a second one.
Madam Chair, I move that we nominate Martina Lamont Dixon.
How do you spell the last name?
Dixon.
Do you have any other nominees? Hearing none, then we close the nomination.
Could I get the correct for the nominee for Dr. Vanderbilt Stallworth, please?
Martina Lamont Dixon.
Limon?
Lemond.
Lemond.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Yeah, she's already.
Madam Chairman, I'm sorry, I did not hear the first.
It was Melissa Noriega and Martina Lamont. Ask the board members if anybody wants to be nominated, and they faithfully declined, but thanked us.
No more free work.
So now we're ready to vote on the nominees.
There are 2 positions open, right? So if the 2 names that we have, then we're voting to have those 2 in those 2 positions, not one against the other, or
Right.
not
No.
voting one over the other.
We're
voting
submitting the 2 names.
Okay.
Just to clarify, they'll get equal proportionate shares of our vote.
Yep.
Yep.
And then the other taxing entities get their vote, and then they add it on. Okay. I didn't understand there were 2 positions.
board.
Okay, thanks.
Voting is now open.
To clarify, the motion is to nominate Melissa Noriega and Martina Lamont to the Harris County. Lamont Dixon. To the Harris Harris Central Appraisal District Board of Directors.
Correct. We all clear?
Yeah.
All clear. We're ready to vote.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 8-0.
Congratulations to our nominees. Is there a motion regarding item D, compliance with relevant provisions of Senate Bill 37?
So moved.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded. Dr. Ford Fisher will introduce the item.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. With your permission, Dr. Young and Dr. Perez will present this item.
Good evening, trustees. I'm going to yield to our Chief Academic Officer.
Thank you, Dr. Young. Thank you, Chancellor, Madam Chair, and trustees. As you are aware, HCC timely met the statutory requirements related to establishing a faculty senate. The staff, and especially the faculty, are grateful for the smooth transition of the new faculty senate under Senate Bill 37. HCC has continued to take affirmative steps to advance compliance with the remaining provisions of Senate Bill 37 and has established a timeline to meet the appropriate effective dates. This item highlights the collaborative efforts underway by the Chancellor's assigned task force to advance compliance with the remaining provisions of Senate Bill 37. Today, we will focus on the provisions dealing with the review of the general education curriculum, as well as minor degree and certificate programs. HCC has an established process for both of these provisions. Dr. Ramos will discuss these processes today. The HCC administration and task force will be recommending to the Board of Trustees appoint the current HCC Core Curriculum Council along with any other individuals the board may designate to ensure timely compliance with the general education curriculum review. Additionally, we will be recommending a process for reviewing minor degrees and certificate programs by the administration. So with your permission, I will turn the presentation over to Dr. Ramos. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Perez. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Chancellor, and trustees. So I'm going to walk us through a little bit of the process here, and I will try to keep it very brief to leave time for questions. As Dr. Perez indicated, what we're trying to do is leverage existing systems that we have in place in order to review general education curriculum and minor degree and certificates. So I'll take them as a lump sum here. So we already have a core curriculum committee that on an annual basis reviews core curriculum itself. So a little bit of history. The core curriculum as it currently stands in Texas was created in 2014 and implemented, and has some very specific guidelines on what can and cannot be part of the core. And these are the guidelines that the Core Curriculum Council uses in order to evaluate whether or not particular courses are included or not. Most institutions have similar committees, and the entire purpose of the committee is to make that determination. One contextual issue that I'll bring up here is that as a community college, we are very bounded by these core curriculum components that the state has put forth. We must have 42 hours in the core. We must address 8 component areas, and we must address 6 learning objectives. And those are very, very specifically laid out for us in Texas law. We also have to meet the requirements of SAC-COC, who has a 15-hour credit requirement for the core, and that is also incorporated in the state statutes. So when it comes down to evaluating core curriculum, not just at HCC, but at all community colleges and all state universities, it's really about selecting from a menu of what courses can and cannot be allowed into the core, and that's the determination that these committees make. Community colleges are very, very restricted. We have a manual called the ACGM, the Academic Course Guide Manual, which pretty much lays out the buffet that we have to pick from in order for courses to be included in our undergraduate curriculum. Universities have a much wider band of courses because they can create courses that are particular to their disciplines. We don't have that option, or I should say, it is a very, very high bar for us to clear. We actually need permission from institutions, four-year institutions, to do that. So what our core curriculum council does on an annual basis is they take in applications. So if someone in a program decides that they would like to have a core curriculum course included as part of the core, it goes through an application, it is submitted to the core curriculum council. If the curriculum council deems it meeting the state requirements and the SACS requirements, then it goes to a curriculum council, a dean's council for review, and ultimately is voted on by the chief academic officer before going to the state for their approval. So it's a pretty lengthy process of review. Our proposal for general curriculum review here is to amend the current process to include a couple of key points that are brought up in SB 37, which is inclusive of bringing some of these before the board so that they can approve. So at the end of each year, we would bring new courses that are suggested or changes to the core in front of the board. And prior to that, it would go through the normal review process. So that's one aspect of it. The other component in the SB 37 is the 5-year review. So every 5 years, we conduct a review. So the Core Curriculum Council, as I've indicated, already follows a lot of the same criteria that the state lays out. If you read the Texas Core Curriculum Statute as it stands now, it is very closely aligned to the 4 principles that the state has laid out in SB 37. So they have to meet personal responsibility standards. They have to meet social responsibility standards. The courses have to support general education for engagement in the workforce. So there's a lot of similarities in the statute already that are part of the criteria that we use to evaluate whether or not courses are included in the core. So our proposal then is to have a 5-year review starting in January 26 would be the first review, where the Core Curriculum Council would conduct an analysis of the current core and make recommendations through the year to the board about courses that perhaps we want to remove or we want to amend, and then you all would have the ability to vote on that as whether or not that is something that you would like to move forward. So that's kind of an encapsulation of the proposal for SB 37. Oh, sorry. Thank you. I get excited about the course sometimes. Yes, sir.
Before you move forward, can you go back to the previous slide? That was 2 previous slides, the one with the names of the task force member. And my question really has to do, I'm trying to understand, how was the task force assembled? Because there's a note in here about trustees wanting to appoint someone. Are there any purely people who are purely faculty who are involved?
Yes, indeed. In fact, so this is the overall task force for SB 37. In order to come up with the strategy for the core curriculum, we actually engaged with the Core Curriculum Council, and then we also brought in faculty members that represent large areas of the core. So, for example, mathematics, biology, some of the really big course enrollments. So we wanted to make sure that we had a good, diverse set of folks in terms of discipline so that they have their ability to weigh in on the process.
So this is the comprehensive SB 37 task force?
Correct.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Okay. The second component of SB 37 that we're addressing is the review of minor degree and certificate programs. So again, this is actually something that happens on an annual basis, and I'll do a very, very brief review of how that happens. Okay? Okay. So one clarification up front is that HCC does not offer minor degrees. So that is something that is specific to 4-year institutions. And the way we define minor degrees are non-certificate chunks of courses that you can get independent of a degree. We don't have those. We have a couple of institutional certificates, but you cannot obtain those at HCC without also obtaining the associate's degree with it. So that kind of goes off to the side. So we're really focused on the idea of certificates. So currently, on an annual basis, programs go through extensive reviews. We have an institutional review process that is produced every year in the spring. And as part of the budgeting process, programs are asked to review their programs for different types of metrics, including enrollment, workforce demand, industry demand. We get feedback from advisory boards. They provide ideas about whether or not particular degrees need to be eliminated or consolidated. So this happens to a great extent already in terms of how we deliberate whether degrees should be removed from the curriculum, whether we need to amend curriculum. So we have a lot of these discussions currently. So the things that we are proposing in terms of amending that process are a few. One, we'd like to amend the process that we currently have to include a formal annual report that looks at 5-year trends in enrollment and workforce demand. there are already elements of these KPIs in the program vitality report and some Tableau workshops. I know Dr. Burridge talks a lot about this in some of these meetings. So we've actually had some forms of these reports in the past where we identify programs that have low enrollment or that industry is saying maybe there's not going to be the demand that we think. And that then is reviewed by the programs with their advisory boards. They talk to industry. They try to figure out whether or not that's a blip, whether or not that's something that is going to be extended. Over the last 5 years, we've had 35 programs that have either been consolidated or deactivated. And the 4 biggest categories are consolidation. So industry tells us this degree doesn't work in this way. You might want to combine a couple. We have some where it's just low enrollment, low completion. The programs simply are not delivering the types of numbers that we would expect. And so those programs are deactivated. We've had accrediting bodies indicate to us that the current program in place is not really going to be useful for students going into the workforce. So we make amendments to those, and that usually leads to either a deactivation or a reformulation of the program. And then we've also had state regulators eliminate programs. So the most prominent was the cosmetology instructor. TDLR, the licensing agency, essentially eliminated that as an option. And so that was a deactivation that we had to put forth. So what we do is incorporate that document each year. So the SB 37 indicates that this should be a 5-year process. We already have an annual process for doing this, and so we would actually retain that. We could provide a 5-year summary report at the end that the board would then receive and decide if there are additional pieces of feedback that you all need in order to report to the board the attestation that says, yes, we have done this work. But we actually do this on an annual basis. In fact, in a couple of months when we come in December, there will be a set of deactivations that have gone through the review process. The second amendment there would be to include a review of the recommendations by the chancellor and the CEC. So right now, the approval process goes from the curriculum council to the dean's council to the chief academic officer. So we would incorporate a step there where the chancellor and the CEC gets to review these recommendations prior to it getting to the board. Because I believe in the statute, it's whether or not the board accepts the recommendation of the chancellor in order for something to be consolidated or to be deactivated. And so that is kind of a summary of how we'd like to amend the current process to make sure that we're in compliance with SB 37. I will now pass it to our general counsel, and then we can have questions at the end.
Thank you, Dr. Ramos. Today, I am providing an overview of the timeline for the forthcoming policies regarding SB 37 that will be presented to the Board Governance Committee beginning November 5th. First, we have policy EFAA Local regarding the General Education Curriculum Committee. This policy will be drafted based on the board's direction today, and that was covered in Dr. Ramos's presentation. Next, we have policy DC Local regarding certain hiring decisions, such as the board's approval, denial of provost, hiring of provost, chief academic officer, vice president or dean, and also faculty and qualifying senior level administrative staff that are employed pursuant to a written employment contract, should that occur. There's also BFA Local and policy DLA Local, which will address annual evaluation of individuals holding vice president, provost, chief academic officer, or similar leadership positions that oversee curriculum or student affairs. Also, we'll bring as a purely report item DGBA Local, which has to do with our faculty grievance policy. We do and believe that'll be a mid-year policy, so that'll be for intense discussion, and then approval will come later at the December 3rd Governance Committee. We also will just mention to the board EFB regulation as a report item only. That is under the purview of the Chancellor's Executive Council, but we definitely want to update and get any feedback from the board. And then EFA Local, we believe that the current policy satisfies the current requirements of SB 37, but we do want to review that with the Governance Committee on November 5th to get any additional direction. And with that, we'll take questions on the entire presentation.
Trustees, any questions on this end? On that end? Trustee Sheehan.
I'll start with a legal question. I know we have to vote on this item. What exactly are we voting to approve when we vote?
We are actually only going to be voting to approve whether or not you agree with the administration's recommendation to use the General Curriculum Council to be that committee. And then that will inform what policy we make for EFAA.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure that my questions were pertinent to what we were actually voting on. So could you tell me who sits on the Core Curriculum Council?
Yes. So currently, it's actually bound in the curriculum handbook. So we've got a Dean's Council member, and these are all at least one Dean's Council member, at least one Curriculum Council member. There have to be 3 chairs that all oversee a core curriculum discipline. So biology, history, government. We have to have 3 program coordinators that also represent a core curriculum discipline. And then we have to have at least 1 faculty member in a core field representing each region. So someone from Northwest, someone from Northeast, and they have to be in the core. Mm-hmm. And then we have non-voting members as well that are from workforce because they sometimes have input on something that they may want a particular course included or not.
Okay, thank you for that.
Yeah.
So SB 37 listed off a very specific listing of the potential groups of people to include in this committee.
Yeah.
And that's why I wanted to ask, because typically when the legislature writes things as suggestions, they really want you to consider it. So the additional folks that we got faculty and administration covered, also community leaders and industry representatives. Mm-hmm. And I'm not sure what the right mechanism is for doing this, but I think given that the legislature included community leaders and industry representatives in their lists of people to consider for this committee, we should probably put some in there. I'm just curious for somebody's perspective on how we consider that versus just the curriculum, the current committee, which has faculty and administration covered, but not all of the groups that the legislature envisioned in this committee.
Sure. So, I mean, that is a recommendation from the board. Like, you can provide a suggestion of who we want to have on the committee. Certainly on our side, advisory board members potentially could be on there. Did you have some?
I was just going to say, and I'll also defer to board counsel, but I believe you can just do an amendment when we time to vote to add the additional members that you would like to add to our core curriculum council for the purposes of SB 37.
Okay.
A follow-up on
I
that.
agree with you, Trustee Sheehan.
How's the core curriculum council established? Is that statutorily?
Not necessarily. So when the core curriculum was established in 2014, it was originally a state approval process. So the institutions would submit a core curriculum recommendation to the state. So let's say we wanted to have English 2301. The institution would send that to the CB for approval.
No, I'm talking about the core curriculum council, like
Right.
the individuals who comprise the
Right.
council. Is that what you're explaining?
I'm trying to get to the council
Sure.
itself. So each institution defines their council. So at HCC, the folks that I just listed off, at least one dean council member, at least one curriculum council member, that is defined in our curriculum handbook right now. So it actually specifies the minimum requirements for membership in order for us to meet the requirement of the core. Like we want to ensure proper representation and disciplinary expertise so that when we make recommendations to the state about the core that we're trying to add or subtract, that it's coming from people who are experts in those areas.
Got it. And so, Dr. Montgomery, this item asks for us to adopt this today, that the core curriculum council should move forward with this process. With your suggestion that it could perhaps just be done by amendment, is that we could amend it at a later date, given how Dr. Ramos just described how the core curriculum council is comprised. Is that correct?
We can, but we did want to move forward with the policy for EFA local we would just not do that at the November 5th governance committee. We would wait until the board made its decision, but we would like to go ahead and move forward with adoption of that policy starting in November, to roll that out.
Certainly, but given, obviously it's left to the will of the board, but with Trustee Cheben's recommendation around what the legislative intent sought to convey, there's a process the board needs to go through to determine who to perhaps recommend, and we're not going to be able to do it tonight because I don't think anyone was prepared with the recommendation. So does the board coming back by the governance committee preclude things from moving forward?
So I don't know if it precludes it, but what I would recommend is that in the bill, it says may, and then to Trustee Cheeman's credit, it lists certain categories. That's the part that I think that could be amended today, is to approve the core curriculum council with the addition of these 3 additional categories, and then later the board can decide who it would like. That would keep the process moving forward and give the board more time as well.
Got it. Trustee Chapman, would you go over those categories again?
Yeah, so the 4 categories listed in the legislation, it was faculty, which got covered, administration, which we have covered, community leaders, and industry representatives.
I would, I know that we have partners in the industries and in the communities, so I would recommend that through the chancellor could be the one to reach out to them and work with the foundation as well, because they're the ones that bring in our partners also. So, and to go ahead and go forward with this process and then add those, maybe by November.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I am very, very concerned that we aren't following the law as it's written as a default, and that we're relying on somebody like Trustee Cheevan to bring these things to our attention, because this is really important. These are political kind of issues that are happening right now. We know we're going to be on increased scrutiny from the legislature and everybody else about the things we do. And it really concerns me that we're relying on trustees who know the backstory of the legislation to kind of get this right. Is there a reason that those categories weren't included in this presentation? Or the initial, I guess, draft of what you want us to vote on?
So I'll let Dr. Perez answer that part, Trustee Reichert, but I just want to be clear that it's permissive and it says may in the statute. And then I'll let.
But we also rely on y'all to understand the politics of it and to understand how critically we're going to be looking at this and which categories to add. You know, that's a discretion thing, but given the political environment we're in, and seeing really no potential downside to including it as written by the legislature, I know it's technically legal, but concerning to me if we're going to be doing something that might potentially expose us to scrutiny, though it's permissible by the law.
Thank you. We're going to refer to Dr. Young because he was there at the legislative.
Thank you, trustee, and thank you for your question and concern. Nicole did mention that the law is permissive with respect to trustees appointing, so that issue is, we thought we could bring that in and allow the board to consider whether or not they wanted to appoint someone, so it is a permissive language as opposed to mandatory.
But we're not appointing trustees, we're appointing one of the categories listed in the law, right? As the people you could include in this panel, right?
Yeah, that's correct, Trustee Reichert. It's the language allows us to appoint community leaders or industry experts, if you will. And I think I want to bolster the point that you're making, Trustee Reichert, because I understand what you're expressing, which is I think it would have been a demonstration of good faith to what she's talking about if some aspect of this presentation that was just offered said, here's how core curriculum, because I had to ask the question, how is it constituted, right? But I think if the presentation had said, well, typically we constitute them this way and we want to do it that way, but the legislature also gives these recommendations, I think that would have just been instructive for trustees to know we're not experts. We have day jobs. We're not as well dressed as Dr. Young and fluid in the language of law. So we can't know those things. And so if it's not readily made apparent to trustees, thanks, we have Trustee Cheeben here, but for that, we miss out an opportunity to really consider, are we putting our best foot forward? Like, my first question was about, do we have faculty? Do we have people with subject matter expertise? And so I think it might have satisfied what Trustee Reichardt is referencing.
Duly noted, duly noted.
I agree, and that's my thing. If it wasn't for Trustee Cheeben, we need to have faith in the administrations when they bring things in front of us, like things like this. And if it wasn't for Trustee Cheeben, we would have no idea about this at all. And we would have approved it without these things that the legislature seems to want to include. So that is incredibly concerning to me.
Thank you. Chancellor.
Well, thank you very much. I really do appreciate the highlighting of what certainly is going to be very important as we address the legislation as is written and approved. I think that is why it takes all of us, in fact, and we are really vigilant as we look at this. And so what we are eager to do as we look at our advisory committees in all of our areas, we do have advisors who work with us on the curricula. And our advisory committees are chaired by representatives from the industry. So this is an easy fix for us, and we will be more than happy, as is suggested, to get the input and the support of the industry experts as well as the community leaders so that we do fill those additional slots and have them actively engaged in the work that we do.
Madam Chair? Thank you. Thanks for that, Chancellor. I'd like to make a motion to amend the item. My amendment would be that at the board's selection, members of the community and industry are added to the core curriculum council.
We have a second.
I want to make sure that I understand the intention of the motion. Is it to appoint those at a later date? Correct. Okay, so in the way that the statute reads, and I apologize, I've got it over here, but the board is to appoint the committee. So I think it may be better for us to postpone this item and do that at the same time so that you're appointing the entire committee at the same time. If I could offer a suggestion.
I'll let Dr. Montgomery weigh in because I made the motion specifically driven by her recommendation that we perhaps amend the item to include those categories, and then we can resolve that at a later date.
Our recommendation would be to stay on task on the timeline, and so it would be to go ahead and approve a recommendation to use the HCC Core Curriculum Council with additional members to include community leaders and industry experts that allow us to go ahead and revise the EFA local policy, and then the board can come back even at the next board meeting, if you like, and have names or allow a process of how you want to add community leaders. Because it could be that someone could be determined today or later, and then they can't serve. And so there'll need to be a process set up for how they will serve.
Okay, so then the appointment will require a second agenda item. So Trustee Davies, if I could suggest that your amendment include a date for those appointments to be made by the board. And we can take a suggestion any day. I just want to make sure that it's clear that we're going to have to vote, make those appointments and vote on them. Apologies, I didn't mean to put you on the spot.
I'll amend my motion to say that the board will select additional members of the committee by no later than November 5th.
15th.
Nicole, what meeting would you all need that to?
I think the no later than works, so we could do the no later than the November 5th.
November 5th, 2025.
And I second that. This is Adriana Tamez.
I think I need Trustee Venable Stallworth to second because she seconded the original motion.
That's right.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
Thank you. Sharon, can you read that to us?
Yes, ma'am. So I have a motion to amend that the board's selection of additional members of the community, members of the community and industry are added to the core curriculum council no later than November the 5th, 2025.
Correct.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Board members, we're now ready to vote on the amendment. Oh, more discussion? Okay, discussion. Go ahead.
I think this is a great opportunity for us to get the community involved, to having them giving us some input to what we should be teaching. They're out in the trenches using people that we educate. So I think this could be handled and used as a good selling point, and maybe we could put some people on that we would like to come on board and help us with grants and other type of financial support, and then maybe would commit students or help with scholarships or interns. I think there's a real chance that this could be a very, very positive thing for the school. And I wholeheartedly support getting the community involved with that. And the other thing is everybody's going to have a little fiefdom or a little kingdom to protect, and et cetera, et cetera. And I hope that they will put aside that and will look at what's good for the whole school and for the whole system, rather than their little pet projects or pet curricula that doesn't have enough enrollment to work. So we need to have a cooperative atmosphere and look at what's the best for the whole overall school. Thank you, Madam Chair, for.
Madam Chair, with that being said, Trustee Wilson, I'm thinking, and I don't know if my colleagues agree, but I think the foundation should be involved in that process, because they collaborate with many members of the community and many big donors and people from industry. So I think they could have a significant piece in making this happen. But that's just my personal opinion.
Madam Chair.
As proposed, this doesn't preclude that from happening.
Yeah, I just think that's a little piece I would include.
Madam Chair,
Okay, Trustee Reichart.
we divisions between the foundation and HCC that are really strict, and I have a lot of concerns about involving the foundation in something like this. So if it is something that actually goes forward, I really think, they don't have, as far as I know, an inclination of being included in kind of the managing of programs and things like that. And I just want to make sure that we are respecting that division, because it involves a lot of protections for the foundation that we need to ensure continue.
The division, we are not trying to pull the foundation in per se, but they have connections to community leaders, to members of industry. I'm not talking about Karen Smith being a person who say, okay, I choose this person, but they could be instrumental in introducing us to partners that we already have with the college through the foundation. That's what I'm saying. That's just a small piece. But I don't want to sit here and debate and go back and forth with that, because we've all agreed that it's a possibility, and we will discuss it at a later date, because we could go on here forever.
Yeah, I want to make sure that we get legal involved before we even start talking about this, because I'm very concerned about that delineation.
Well, we have them involved.
Thank you. But we
Legal is already
also,
involved.
every district has a community group. And so we'll also get names, and so we'll include them.
Exactly.
Thank you. Okay, so we're now ready to vote on item D, compliance with relevant provision, no, the amendment. The
So-
amendment first.
Yes, so we're voting on the amendment, which is that the board's selection of additional members of community and industry are added to the core curriculum council no later than November the 5th.
Thank you. Voting
Sharon,
is,
that's yes for me. This is Adriana Temez.
voting is open.
Received.
What's going on with this little thing here?
Voting has concluded. The motion passed unanimously with a vote of 9-0.
Thank you. Now we're ready to vote for first motion, compliance with relevant provisions for Senate Bill 37. No, we're just, it was already, so now we're voting
Yes, as amended.
as listed.
And so to be clear, the vote now,
This is Adriana Temez.
the vote now is on the original item as amended. There are two things referenced in the recommendation, and I want to make sure it's clear for the minutes. What the board is voting on is the approval of the core curriculum committee as proposed with the amended change. There is a reference below that to the procedure for reviewing certain programs. That is not part of the vote. That was presented as a part of the report. So all you're voting on now is the committee item with the amendment.
It's on page 6, trustees, the actual amendment.
Okay. We're now ready to vote.
Sharon, that's yes for me. This is Adriana.
Received.
Thank you.
Voting has concluded. The motion passed with a vote of 9-0.
Thank you, everyone.
Madam Chair, we will update, we have a master timeline of all the things, the component parts that we're doing, and we're rolling those into the master timeline. We'll make that available via the WAB, which you have before you as a component part that you voted on today. So you'll have the all-encompassing master timeline via the WAB. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, we're going to go into closed session, but before the whole team out there leaves, I just want to say happy autumn, happy fall, be safe out there, and just keep on doing the work of Houston City College. So, thank you. The special meeting of the Houston City College System Board of Trustees will now adjourn to a closed or executive session under the Texas Government Code, Sections 551.071, 551.072, and/or 551.074 of the Open Meetings Act. As stated in the notice of this meeting, should any final action, vote, or decision be required in the opinion of the board on any matter considered in the closed meeting, such final action, vote, or decision shall be taken up at the open session portion of the meeting or in the subsequent public meeting upon notice thereof. This meeting is adjourned to closed session at
5:03 p.m.
Have a good evening, everyone. Thank you so much.
5:33 p.m. 5:33 p.m.